Okay, so thank you very much for joining this video. I appreciate the patience that you've had. If you weren't able to receive our previous announcements, we were basically talking about the fact that things just felt impossible for us to make the or produce the mobile tutorial for the e-commerce store that we had the other time. We are going to put that on hold while we try to fix stuff or get things in place. Then once things are okay, we would continue with that tutorial and make sure that we complete it, just so that everybody can be happy and then you can add that project to your portfolio. But in the meantime, we are going to jump into a new video, and then in this video we are basically going to be building a social media application, fully fledged web app. And then we're basically going to be using mongodb, Express, Node.js, and React. Okay, so as you can see here, we have this folder that I created here, YT Social App. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up with I don't think we have open up here, so I'm going to open up like a new window. Okay, so I'm going to open a new window and then we'll drag and drop, right? So as it opens, I'm going to pull it to the side here and then I will drag and drop. Okay, so we have it here, drag and drop successfully. Then what do we do next? We need to initialize our Node.js app, right? Now, but before we do that, we need to create two folders. That is one for the server and one for the client. So I'm going to say mkdir, then I'll take server, which is the one that we need right now, and then mkdir on make directory. Then we have the client. Okay, we have the client. Okay, so we are going to cd or change directory into the server, and then we'll initialize our packet.json. So by typing npm initY, and then it is initialized for us in here, right? So as you can see, we have this basic sentence, right? Now we are going to have to install certain packages, right? Now we are going to write npm I or npm install, either of them. You can use yarn, so you see that those who use yarn will use yarn add and the rest, but I'll use npm. So npm I, then we have express, npm I express, we install mongoose, then we install .env, then we install helmet, okay, then we install morgan, and then we install node mon. Right, now why do we need all these ones? Now actually, if you watched my previous video, the introduction to the previous video that we had, Express is basically our Node.js framework. It's going to make it easy for us to write APIs for Node.js application, and mongoose is basically going to help us construct our database schemas for our mongodb, and .env is going to help us hide our secret keys and use them in our projects regardless, just so we can increase application security once we push them into our GitHub publicly. And also promote security in general, prevent it from being accessed from the browser and stuff. And then helmet is basically going to protect our http headers, just because http headers in general are very vulnerable to so many attacks. So using helmet in general adds this extra shield on top of it. Then we have morgan is basically going to help us log requests into the console, and nodemon is basically going to help us not have to refresh our servers each and every single time that we use them. So I'm just going to hit enter while it installs. So while it's installing, we want to create a new file in here, that is server.js. Okay, so server.js, and then inside the server.js we want to initialize our Node.js app, right? So we are going to say const or express app in general. So express is we are going to require express. Okay, we are going to require express from express. That is, after it's done installing, we should be able to require it successfully. Then we are going to call the app, or we are going to initialize express by putting an app variable, and then we say express. Okay, then we are going to have to require mongoose as well, but we wouldn't require mongoose here because in order for us to be able to have scalable and maintainable code in general, I wouldn't want us to use mongoose in the server.js. We'll do that the database connection in another folder, and yeah, and then we just initialize it here. So let's not import mongoose here. Let's rather import the other things like .env. Okay, but okay, so yeah, so .env, we can import .env here. On my keyboard. Yeah, okay, so .env, .env. Then what else? We have helmet. So I'm going to say const helmet is, I'm going to require helmets. Okay, and then we can say const Morgan. I'm going to require Morgan. So I'm going to require Morgan. Oh no, I'm going to require Morgan. Okay, so as you can see here, you can see that I am using the require method to require our items, right? But yeah, in the previous video we had already used required, and then I would want to change something, or I would want to teach something else in this project. So instead of using required for all these things, why don't we go into our packet.json and then change or add this type module. You just add this type and then make this module, right? Then over here we can come back and then clean all of these, and then rather do it what? Import. So what are we importing? We're importing express from where? Express, right? And then things should be a lot more easy from there. Now that we've imported express from express, we can import, what else can we import? We can import our .env from env. So .env from dot, so from .env. Okay, then what else can we import? We can import helmets that we installed. Okay, we can import the helmets that we installed. So we have helmets. Okay, then what else? We can also import Morgan, right? We can import Morgan from Morgan. Okay, all right, now that we have Morgan, now we need to initialize our express app, right? So we can take const app is equal to express that we imported, and then we just initialize it here, right? We need to be able to run our server, right? So you're going to say app dot listen. Now on what port are we listening on? We can listen on ports 5000 intentionally. This is why I don't get any conflicts. All right, so for port 5000, and then we can simply do it like a console log just to show that the server is running. So we can say server is running. Okay, now let's go back into our packet.json. As you can see, we have our dependencies here, right? .env here. But in order for us to be able to start our project, we need to be able to change some things here. So I'm going to set this to a start script, and I'm going to say nodemon, right? And I'm going to set that nodemon to server.js. And then once I'm able to save that, come back, and then I run npm start. Okay, no, it wouldn't. Okay, yeah, okay, cannot find the package express. Okay, that is weird. Let me import express one more time. Express from Alright, so now the server is running as we expect it to run. Okay, now that the server is running, let's go ahead and work on some other things like database connection. So inside the server here, I am going to create another folder called db connect. Okay, db connect, and then inside this db connect I'm going to say db connect again .js. Now inside my db connect I can import mongoose here because at this point we want to connect to our database, right? So we have mongoose, import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, let me clean this and put this here. Okay, then so yeah, now that we have mongoose we can create like a function. So db connect, we can export the functions right away because we are using the module, so we can just export. So export db connect as a function, and inside the db connect we could use two ways, right? We could write a promise or we could use a try catch block, but I prefer the try catch block. Okay, so we just log the error, and then over here I would say mongoose dot connect, right? Mongoose dot connect. Then we now take in we now put the URL, we pass the URL in here of what you're going to do with .env, right? And then after it is successful, we can just log it out here that database, so database has been connected successfully. Okay, all right. Now that we have this database being able to connect successfully, we need to be able to fill in this space for the database connect here. So I'm going to go into my browser. As you can see, I've already logged in, and we are going to, so as you can see we are inside the data. If I click on database right now, it's going to open up this section, and then all I have to do is connect with VS Code. So I'm going to click on this, take this link, right, and then I am going to go back here. I'm going to go back in here and then paste it. Right now, if I paste it, how do we change this username and then this password? Now what we can do is we can go back into the browser, and then we'll go into the database access here, and then over here we can add a new database. So let's just delete this and then add a new one. So with the user, we can say the user is YouTube, and then the password is YouTube. And then and then for the row we can select the row and say read and write to any database, and then we can add the user. Okay. Alright, so we can just go back here, and then we can change this to YouTube as we set it, and we can also change this part to YouTube as we set it to be. Okay.
Alright, so basically now that we've been able to do this, use the username and the password, we can import it here and use. But before that, some of us watching this video might not have watched the previous one. So in the previous one, let's say you are now using MongoDB, this is your first time. After you've been able to do this, set this up and set the database connection thing up, you might want to come into the network access, and then you might want to add an IP address, and then you can set that to 0.000, and then you just confirm. Right now, the moment I'm not going to click on confirm because I already have it there. When you do that, it means like all IP addresses from every side of the world, Yeah, I mean, if you start to use more production type databases or more production type setups, you might want to specify a database just so you would increase security with your app type thing. So yeah, so now that we know that we can set that up, uh okay, we have this. We can now go into the server.js and just import it, right? So we have db connect being imported, and this thing is basically telling us to add this extension to it .js, right? And then that should be it. We'll save it, and then we should see that database has been connected successfully. But if you remember, we imported .env, or we installed .env. But how are we able to use .env, right? If I create an env file inside my server.js, so I'm going to say .env, and then inside my .env file I can say something like db url, right? And then inside my db url I can take this URL right here. Now you see inside the db URL here, for the if you want to like create a certain section. So if I go into my browser and then I go to my database here and I browse collections, if I browse collections in my database, okay, it should open. So if I go into database here and we click on browse collections, as you can see, we have other collections here that we develop applications through. So what we can do is, for if we want to have like a separate name for ours in here, we can go back to VS Code and then we can say YT social app, and then anytime we create a new document in our database, it's going to store it in our own collection name with the YT social app name there. Now if I copy this URL, okay, if I copy this URL real quick, I'm just going to cut it and then put it here, right? Just put it there. Then I open up db connect and then I use my process.env thing. I use my process.env thing. So I'm going to say process.env db url. Okay, once you're able to do that, you see that it should be able to connect to the URL, right? But it's not able to do that efficiently. Okay, and then why is that? Now the reason why that is happening is because we have not initialized we have not initialized .env here. So what we can do here is you can come here and say .env .config, and then we just do this, and then once we save and we check, we should see everything working well, right? Okay, so now that we've been able to set up this and the database is now running, let's not forget to utilize the helmet and the Morgan. Let's not forget to utilize helmet and the Morgan that we installed, right? So under here we can just say app.use. Okay, I think we can even use, we can do that here. We can just bring that here, okay, and then app.use. Then over here we can say helmet, then we can just initialize helmet, and then we can also take app.use then we say Morgan, app.use Morgan, then we are going to pass this in common. Okay, then one more thing we forgot to do is to use course. So we're just going to set up course for the meantime, just so that we can be able to communicate with the front end and the back end from different cross origin domains. So I'm going to say I'm going to okay, we're already in server, right? So npm I, then I'll install course. Then while course is installed, we could just import it imports course from course. Okay, then over here we can say app dot use course. Okay. Okay, then let's not forget our express.json so that we can be able to parse the items that we pass through the body. So we say express.json. Okay, then I feel like everything should be okay for now. The rest of the things we would handle them as we keep going on in the project.
Alright, so in our previous video, we were able to set up our server and we were able to install certain packages and we've been able to connect to our database. Let me just cd into the server and then start it up. So we should be able to. What is wrong? Okay, let me just type something and good. So I'm gonna say npm start and then we should get it running. So today what we are going to do is we're going to set up our user routes and then and in the next video we'll work on authentication, right? Okay, we are having this issue. This issue is basically saying that our node version is not right. So I just want to end this. Let me split the terminal and then so we are still in server. So I would say nvm use 16. Okay, so now I can run npm start and then everything should go how we expect. If I delete this it will close the whole thing, so let's just leave it like that. Okay, so we now have this connected and so let's just start. So I'm just going to go into the server and then I'm going to create a routes folder. I'm going to create like a routes folder and then inside that routes folder we can have our index.js inside this routes, or we can even say routes.js right over here. And then inside, so now that we have the route.js here, we can now create our separate routes inside around here, and then we can just create our base URL and let's use them here, right? So just like what we did in the previous video. So how do we set up these routes, right? I'm going to say const router. We are going to take that. So if it was the previous one, we would have used const router, right? But let's just import express, right? Let's import express from express. Okay, let's import express from express, and then we're going to say const router should come from express dot router. Okay, now that we have that, we can export the router module dot exports. Yeah, then we can export the router. Okay, now that we have that working, I want to close this. I don't. Okay, let's just use it. Alright, so express.router, and then we can say const base URL. Base URL is basically going to be API v1. Okay, then over here we can say router dot use then we bring in this and then we are going to say that this dollar sign, and then we are going to put in the base URL. So here, so in here, well, I think base URL already has that, so we can just continue. So base URL, and then we can just continue by saying users in small letters, users, and then we can just add the user routes, right? User routes, but we need to set this one up too. So how do we set this up? Okay, so we can basically import the route. So we can say import routes from from uh, from this from routes and routes, right? And then what we can do is over here we can say app.use, right? And then we put in routes, right? The routes that we imported. Okay, yeah, so we need to make sure we fix this, right? So in here we have base URL, right? Okay, I feel like I should take this off so that it looks more natural here, right? Yeah, I want it to look more natural here. Okay, so we have this section, right? And then user route. So let's set up the user route. So the user route is going to be, I'm going to create like a new file. So I'm going to say user.routes, user.route.js. Okay, user.route.js. Then I'm going to import express. Let's not import, let's just take everything from here, right? And then paste it here, and then close this. Then all I have to do is I just have to test out. Let's just test out this router. So routes.get, then we are getting from the home page, and then inside you're going to pass the request response. Then inside the request response we are going to say that a res dot send back to the client that uh, these are the test users. Okay, now that we have this all set up, let's go into our routes and then let's import this. So we can import it from here. So we can say import. What are we importing? We are importing the user route from where? From user.route.js, right? We want to make sure that you're coming in with your extension, or else you get errors, right? And so now that we know this, let's just replace it. Okay, yeah, I forgot the comma. Yeah, the comma, right? So when we save, okay, what's it? Export default. Okay. So inside our user routes, that is here, inside here, we can, instead of using module.exports, we can rather say, since it's module, since we're using the type of module, what we can do is we can say export default, then router, right? And then through that we should be able to export them. Okay, so the same thing for our route here. You can say what, export default. So the reason why I'm intentionally making these mistakes is because I want my viewers, or I want you, the viewer, to be able to see the potential mistakes that you could make and how to tackle them, right? So export default, then we have what, router, because it is a module. We are using the type module for this, right? Okay, so we have this, we can go and test this out inside the browser. I'm going to create like a new window here. I'm going to open up a new window in my browser. Okay, then I would say that localhost, let me just say localhost. I think we used 5,000 the other time, right? So localhost 5,000. Then I would say /API /v1 /users, right? And then we should be able to get, these are the test users as we expect, right? Okay, now that we've been able to set up the routes, let us just move on into getting the models, right? So I want to go back here and then create a model. So I'll say models, and then inside the model I can create the user.model.js. I want to, so that you guys can focus on this, right? Okay, so user.model.js, I just zoomed in a bit. So I could, so instead of importing mongoose like that, I would rather import mongoose like this, right? From importing mongoose like this from mongoose, right? And then we want to import schema, the schema module from mongoose. So I'm going to say import this schema. We are importing this schema from mongoose as expected. Then we are going to create a new schema object, right? So we're going to say const user schema or user model. So user schema is going to be, then we say new schema, right? We have new schema. Open this up, create objects full of schemas, right? Now, what is the first schema that we are going to create out of our users, right? What are those things? So we are basically going to have like a username, right? We're going to have a username, and then each user that has a username, we're going to make sure that it's a type of what? String. Okay, so type string. Then we make sure that it is required. So required. Wait, what? Why do we have? Okay, so required is set to what? True. Okay, required is set to true. Then we want to make sure that each and every single user's username is what? Unique. Okay, so unique is true. Okay, so we can we can just move on to adding an email, because every user would need what? An email. So how do we do that? Let me just bring this down here. I need this section to come down, right? And then we can add the emails for each and every single user. So I would say that email, what is going on? So email, and then the user having the email should have, it should, the user's email should be the type of string, right? Okay, type string, then save. Okay, then we should make sure that I mean, we could what other property do you think we can add to emails? It should be a type of string, and it should be required, right? It should be required. Okay, I think that's all. Then we can say that the user can have like a password. Okay, then then with the password we have a type. The password is going to be a type string. It's going to be a type string, and then we could say that that is also what? That is also required. right? That is also required. So the user's password is required, and then we move on to the profile picture section. Okay, profile picture, and then inside the profile picture we could you would say that the profile picture has a type. The profile picture has a type of string, uh, string, and then we are going to make sure that the default is going to be an empty string. Okay, then we're gonna have a cover picture, cover photo. Let's make this camel case. We're gonna make this camel case, and then so this one also has the type string. Okay, and then default is gonna be then now what is the next thing that we need to have? We need to make sure that we check if a user is an admin. Okay, then we are going to make sure that that type admin, so it's admin, obviously most of the time is seen to be what, boolean. Okay, so we set that up, and then we make sure that the default boolean for every user that is being created is false. Okay, so now that we've been able to set up this, we want to make sure that we are exporting it, right? But we can't use module.exports, as you can see, so we are going to say export what, export defaults. Then while we are exporting defaults, we want to say mongoose.model, right? Mongoose.model with a collection name. Okay, so collection name is user, and then we are going to do that with the what, the user schema. Okay, so we've been able to set up our user schema. Okay, now let's say we want to allow only a specific amount of characters in one of the models or in one of the fields of this model, right? So let's say the username, we want to make sure that the least uh, amount of characters that someone is going to assign to a username is going to be 3, or the most. So let's say you can't say me, you can't write me as your username type thing, or you can write M, or you can write A as a username type thing, right? But it could be something like hey as your username, right? So we could set the min to 3, right? And we could set the max, and let's say we want to set a max, right? I don't. Why would I want to set a max? Okay, because people might want to be as unique as possible. It depends on them, right? So I can just set a min to 3, and yeah, I think we should be good by now. If we run into any errors, we definitely come and fix it. So yes, basically that is setting up a user route and a user model. I hope you learned something, and obviously if you have any question, you can ask in the comments, and then hopefully in the next video we'll move on into creating authentication for our users in general. You have a user routes, yeah, we set that up, scalability, just like what we did in our previous video. Okay, and then yeah, I think everything works fine. So yes, we should be good to go in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully I'll see you. Bye bye. Alright, so now that we've been able to work on the user routes that we had here, right, we want to start working on the authentication, and I basically need you to stick with me here, because at the end of the day I'm going to be introducing something new, or a new concept called services in the backend. And services is just an extra, yeah, cherry on top that basically helps you organize your code. It's one of the, it helps you implement one of the code design principles, right? So in general, that's it. Alright, please stay with me here. You get to learn such an interesting new addition, right? So basically, let's go the usual route for now by creating our controllers, right? So you have controllers. We'll definitely have something like a user.controller.js, and then you can, definitely have authentication since you are going to be working on authentication for now, okay, then we have authentication dot. So authentication is too long, so auth dot controller dot js. Okay, okay, so now that we have that, we want to make sure that we have it in our routes too. So auth dot route dot js, right? And then inside the route we can create this, we can just do this, right? And then we can say auth, right? We can say auth. Then over here we can import the auth here. So auth, and then we check the microphone. Okay, it works. Then so auth routes, then we have auth route.js here. Okay, then I'll just replace it here. Okay, so we have this one replaced. The reason why we're getting the errors is because we've not set up the routes. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this, and I'll take it into the auth.route.js, and I'll paste this, and then I'll just clean this part. It just has to be exported, and then we know that we are now using auth routes like we expect to use them. Okay, so let's just set up our auth.controller, right? So the first thing that we want to work on is register, right? We want to work on the register controller, right? So how do we do that? The um, the normal algorithm behind register. Let me open up mongodb compat whilst we take this. So the normal thinking process to the register is to basically create a new document in the database, but this document is going to be a user document in general, right? And then let me open up my browser just in case we need to test some things in there, right? And one more thing, Postman. So test our APIs. Let's do this. So in order for us to create a register, we're going to say register. Then we would say, so we have register, and then it's going to be an asynchronous function. Then we have request response, right? Then inside our request and response, what do? We open up our try catch block, and then we can basically res status. You can send a res to status dot 500. Yeah, then we can send a JSON. Then we can send say the error should be error. Okay, then we can send out a message that says, we can send out a message that says error occurred registering user. Okay, then over here, and we can also log the error too, so that we can know what is going on. So log the error. So inside our try, what do? We want to create a new user, right? So I'm going to say new user. Then new user, we are going to have to take the user model and create a new instance of it, right? So I'm going to come here and import the user model. So I'm going to say import user model from, then where am I taking it from? I'm going to go into the models section, or the models folder, and then pick it up from here. Don't forget to add the extensions, or else you're going to get an error. Okay, so we have new user, and then I'll use my new user model. Okay, then inside I have, how am I going to create my new user, right? I'm going to have to take the email Okay, I'm taking in the email. I'm going to take the password. Okay, and the username of the user. So the first thing is username. Okay, I'm going to take the username, and I could put in anything inside the user. So I could say something like Kofi. Then I could go down and say email. I could put in something like Kofi at gmail.com. Okay, then I could say password. Okay, password, and the password is going to be Kofi1. Okay, then I could say I'm going to await this new user. I'm going to await this new user and save it inside the database. Okay, so after it has been done, I want to status. I want to send a response, and the status is going to be 200, and then I'm going to say it is JSON. It's going to come out as a JSON object, and then I'm going to drop out this new user, right? And then I'm going to send out a message. The message is going to say user has been registered. Is how to spell registered? Yeah, I think so. Registered. I don't know. I think registered successfully. Okay. Yeah, it should be. Registered successfully. Okay. So now that I have this, I want to export it. So I come here, and so I could export it as a module, right? So I'll just write the export statement since we're using the emoji version. Okay, so export, then we're exporting this. Then I'll go into my routes, my auth route here, and I'll create a new route for registering, right? So I would say something like a router dot push. Since it's going to be a push request, then we're going to take in the path, right? So it's going to be auth slash so base URL, then base URL slash auth, then we can say register or something. Yeah, so let's go into the route again. So slash auth, then we bring the register, then we pass in our register function. Okay, it said a module is not found. What is it? What is not found? Auth.controller. Yeah. So .js, right? We need to make sure that we bring in the extension. Okay, so now that we have this, I think we can test it out. I'm not going to pass anything through postman, as in I'm not going to pass anything through the body. So let's just create a new collection, a blank collection, and I'm going to inside this collection I'm going to name the collection YT social app. Okay, YT social app, and then I'm going to create a folder, and then I'm going to say the folder name is auth, right? Then inside auth, I'm going to add a request, and then that request is definitely going to be a post request, and then base URL auth register, right? Okay, so auth register. Then I could, if I had written the functionality in a certain way, I would have to set up something here and then put in something here. But for now, we already have something inside this register here that we can just test out right away. So no need. Let's just test it out and make sure that it's working. Then I'll show the second method, right? So how do we do this? I'm gonna go into my postman. We already have this, so I'm just going to send Okay, what is the problem? The request couldn't be sent. Yeah, the base URL. We do not have a base URL here. So I'm gonna go here. I'm going to go into my variables, and then I'm going to set up my base URL. And then the initial value is going to be http localhost. What's a localhost? Oh, I need to check. Let's check the server. 5,000. Okay. Localhost 5,000. Okay. Localhost 5,000 slash API slash v1 slash API slash v1. Okay, so now that we know that we have this inside here, we can now say okay, I'm wondering why it is not. Let me save it. I need to go back and save it. Okay, so it's saved. I'll go here and then it should appear. Okay, let's just add a new variable. Okay, localhost 5,000 slash API slash v1. Okay, we can set that as only the YT social app. Okay, so yeah, it's set up. So slash auth slash register, right? Then we can just save. Okay, then we can just send. Okay, so as you can see, the new user has been created with the values that we pass in the Kofi at Gmail, and then the password Kofi, right? Now there are some things that we are going to change. We are going to first of all make sure that we are creating the user from our client, right? And then this is what is going to help us simulate such an environment, the client environment. And then we're also going to make sure that the password isn't being saved as Kofi1, right? We want to make sure that it's a hashed password, just so it'll be a little bit difficult for people who want to breach security to acquire these passwords, right? So how are we going to do that? Let's go back into our controller. I'll go into the auth controller, and then here I'm going to say, instead of saying Kofi, I'm going to say request dot body dot username, right? And then over here I would say something like I'll say something like a request dot body dot email, right? And then over here I would say a request dot body dot password, right? Okay, so instead of passing in the password like this, we are going to have to create a hashed password. But how do we create a hashed password? Let me open up my second server. Okay, and then I'm going to say npm I, and then I'm going to install bcrypt, right? Bcrypt. So while bcrypt installs, let's just import it so that it gets imported automatically in case it's done importing. It's done installing, right? So I'm going to say import bcrypt. I'm going to import bcrypt from the bcrypt package. Okay, bcrypt. Okay, so we have bcrypt being installed from bcrypt. Then I would say const hashed password is going to be equal to bcrypt dot what hash sync. Okay, into bcrypt dot hash sync. Then we have what request dot body you're going to hash the request.body.password that is coming through, okay, and then, or the password that you're typing through the body, and then we're going to sort it up by 10, right? Then after we've been able to sort it up and everything, we can now send this hash password through into the database. Okay, we should be saved by now, so we can test it and make sure that it's working. So let's go back into Postman, and then inside our new post request, let me say register user. I'll save it, and then I'll change this to raw, and then JSON. You set this to JSON in case yours hasn't been set automatically. So we have the username. So for the username here, if you check, let's check our database. Okay, while our database is opening, we can create a new user. So we have username, and then so for the username, we are going to set up and say something like Amma, and then I could say that the email should be amma@gmail.com, and then don't forget to put it inside your and then inside my password, I'm gonna put in amma1, okay, save it, and then I'm going to send. Okay, let us go into the YT social app. We have users, so we have Kofi here, but we don't want to store it as Kofi like this, right? So I'm going to just send, and as you can see, this is the password. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this. Okay, but you see, there's something a little dangerous about this. Okay, I think we are going to do that inside the logging part, so that shouldn't be a problem. So, and besides, you don't want to be let's just set it up here. So in case we want to send out our new user, right, but we don't want to add a password to it, we want to separate this. So I'm going to say const, then I'm going to take these two things, right? I'm going to take the password out, right, and I'm going to say rest of the data, right, and then all of it. So I'm going to say it is inside the new user / doc. It's all these are objects inside, so I'm rather going to print this one out instead of the password. So let me try this, okay, and then you see what I'm trying to say. So over here you can see that we are returning the password, but we don't want to return the password in the client side, right, because we don't want people to get access to this. So that's how we're going to separate it. So I'm just going to delete this amma that we have in the database, so that we can just send amma. So this is how it's going to appear. Okay, so as you can see, there's no password inside being sent to the client, so that's safer. Okay, so that's it. Then we can go into creating the login, right? But hey, I mentioned that I was going to teach an interesting concept about services, right? So how are we going to set up our services? Okay, I'm going to open up the server, and then I'll say services. I'm going to open up the server folder, create a new folder called services, and then inside I could say auth.service.js. Okay, Now inside author service.js, I could take this whole thing, right, and then copy it here. Okay, let's not forget our import statements that we had on top. You wouldn't even need these ones here anymore. You just go into the services and use them there. So inside my service, okay, so the whole idea, like the whole idea is to just pass in the body, right? It's just passing the body as a parameter, and then instead of saying request the body dot password, you just say body here, and then instead of request the body dot username, you just say body, right? And then instead of this, you just say body. Okay, then where else? Okay, so usually when something like this happens, you don't want to respond your data here. You don't, that's not what you want to do, right? You're going to take items like that into your controller. So what this one is basically going to do is, fine, I'm taking this out, okay, and then I'm going to take this one out as well. Then over here too, I could take this one out as well. This my try catch block, I could take my try catch block out as well, and then I'll just make it be like this. Okay, so now that we have this, we know it's an async. We are passing in the body and we are saving it, right? So inside our auth.controller.js, we could do this instead, right? This is our try. So I would say, okay, so I'll just rename this as register service or register user, right? Then inside the auth controller, I can clean this up. So yeah, so after cleaning that up, I'll make sure that inside my try, I'll await register user. Right, I'll await register user, and I'll pass in the request.body. So what this request.body does to this register user, okay, temp module not found. Okay, yeah, the .js. Okay, so what this register user will do is that it will take this request.body that we are passing in, right? It's going to take it and then pass it through this body parameter, and then this is going to be request.body.password, request.body.username, request.body.email, and then yes, obviously the one on top. So it awaits this save, this new user.save, saves it into the database, and then we get the response.json as the data. So over here we instead of, if we want to separate them, we're going to bring like a const. We're going to create like a const of new user. Okay, then we can await this. So instead of awaiting this new user, we can implement that functionality that we had there. So we spread it out as password and then data, and we are taking this data from the new user. Okay, then we are sending the data as a response, right? And then we can test it out again to make sure that it works. So let me go to my database and clean out AMA so we can test it by sending AMA. Okay, so I'll go to Postman and then I'll send AMA. Okay, an error occurred. Okay, what's the error? Repeat password of new user is undefined. Okay. property password is undefined. Where is it undefined at? So it's at register. Okay, it's at register. I could clean this up and then log out. Test this. So we test this one first and see what we are getting. Yeah, we forgot to clean. We forgot to clean out the armor that we had here. Right. So we can test it out well. Okay, so user has been registered successfully. We can so when we check inside the database here, we realize that Amma has been registered, right, with the password and everything. Right, so we can basically move on to the next one, which is login, right? So how do we implement this login that we have, right? How do we do that? Now here's what we're going to do. I'm going to create a new controller here. I'm going to create a new controller here, and then I'm going to say that that controller is going to be a login. So I'm going to say login. Okay, so login, right? Okay, and then login is basically going to be an asynchronous function, and then it's going to have a request response. Okay, request response. Then we're going to have our try catch, but we could just take this try catch here, this try catch that we have here. Okay, and then we could just replace it here, and then over here we just take this out, and then make sure that we go into our service. Let's go into our author service and work on the login. So here, after we are done saving, we forgot to return. So we return what? New user. Okay, so that's the only way that we'll be able to separate them after it has been returned, right? So we can go back to the all controller and then separate them like we did before. So I say const password, then data is equal to new user, and I'll put the data here. Okay, then everything should work fine if we test it. So yes, you can see that we have this object coming out, and then you see why we use the doc. So we can just put the doc in here instead. So doc. Okay, so hopefully it works now. Then for the login, my battery is about to die, so let's just move fast with this. Okay, so for the login, here's what we're going to do, right? I'm going to say that here's what we're going to look through the database and make sure that we are finding a particular user, and if we can't find the user, we just send out a message saying user not found, and then we try to validate the user password by comparing what is inside the body, the password, and then the user that we found in the database's password using bcrypt, and make sure that it's correct. If it's not correct, to say wrong password, but if it is, we just return the normal user, right? So how do we set this up? I can basically, okay, let's just set this up ourselves. So I'll say login user. and then when we log in the user, we want to make sure it's an asynchronous function, okay, with the request. No, no, with the body. It's not a controller, so with the body. And then after the body, what do we have? After the body, what do we have? We have a try catch block. You have a try. Okay, I don't know why the PC is being slow. I want a snippet. You have a try catch. So we catch the error. We catch the error, and then we log out the error. Okay, let me put my PC on charge, then we continue.
Alright, so we can take this. So instead of using try catch over here in our service, we don't use it, and then we just start, right? So we just start with the const, then inside the const we just call out the user, right? Let's call out the user, and then while trying to get the user, we can await this user with the user model that we brought out, right? We check through the user model collection, and then we try to find, so we find one. Okay, we find one, then you find the user. So we find a user with an email of body.email. Let's save that. Okay, body.email. Then we want to we want to make sure that we have our checks here. So if there is no user, right, if there is no user here, we want to send out a response.status. Send out a response.status.404, and then we'd say that we'll just send a JSON message that says that the user, so user not found, right? So user not found, we save that. Oh, user not found. Okay, then I would come here and then ask for the password. We want to validate the password just in case we get the user. So valid password, or let's say password check. So password check. Then we say we would await the bcrypt package. Okay, dot compare, right? We want to compare this package. So we want to compare with the package, and then what are we comparing with? We want to compare with the request.body. So the body.password. Okay, body.password, and we're going to compare with the user that we have there, that user's password as well. Okay, then let me save up. It's well formatted. Then we now do our checks and say that if the password check returns a false value, which means if we check the password and then it doesn't match, right, we want to send out a response, right? We want to send out a response saying rest.status, right? We'll say rest.status, and then that would be 400, and then we'd say what we say. We send out a JSON message saying that wrong password. wrong password. Okay, then I'll save that. Then I'll come and return. I'll make sure that I return this user in case what? In case everything goes on well. So I'll return this user in case everything goes on well, right? So let's go into our author controller, and then let's work on the login here. So we have our try catch block. What can we do? We can say that const logged so logged in user is going to be equal to await. So await login. We forgot to export. Did we export here? Auth service. Okay, we haven't exported. So export. We're going to export this, and then inside our auth controller, I'm going to say login this. So login the user. Okay, let's make sure that we have okay, logged in user. Then we're going to say that so this login, we are going to pass in the request dot body. Okay, if you remember the concept, we pass in the request dot body, and then we make sure that we pass in the request dot body, okay, which replaces request dot body dot email and request dot body dot password, right? So just so you remember that concept that we learned. Okay, so we pass in the request dot body, and then in case it is successful, we can send back a response dot status 200. So we can send back a response dot status 200, and then we can say JSON. Okay, we can say JSON, and then we can send out a message saying we can send out a message saying user logged in successfully, and then we can basically send our user, so our logged in user, to the client, so that the client sees the user that logged in, right? You can also do that similar separation thing that we did, but let's test it out and make sure that it works. So error occurred, logging user in. Okay, alright, so I'm going to export this login functionality as well. I'm going to export this, and then I'll go into my author routes, and then I would copy this line, and then I'll paste this line, and then I'll just change this to login, and then I'll make this login as well. Okay, then we can go into our postman and then create a new request. Saying login. So I'll just say post, then auth register, then I'll just change this to login, right? Okay, so login. Okay, then inside my body, I can change this to raw, and then JSON, yeah. Then I can take this part, I can take just the email. I can take the email, and then I can just paste what did I do? I can just paste here. So we have this section, and then we have this section as well. something seems to be wrong here. I'll just copy this whole part. I'll copy this part, paste it, and I'll cut this one off. Right, then I would send this. I would send error kid. Let's see what's wrong. Logged in user not defined. Okay. Login. Okay. Logged in user. So we can test it again. Okay, so the password still comes. We can separate it by coming here, copying this, and then pasting it here. So password data. We are taking this data from where the logged in user here, replacing it here, and then we can now pass data. Okay. Then we can now test our login one more time. Okay, we are safe and run. Thank you very much for getting to this and for the getting to the end of the video. I appreciate the time that you spent. Yes, please like and subscribe. The next video we are going to be talking about CRUD operations, how to work with CRUD operations, especially with the users. Okay, and we are going to learn how to do that with JWT and the rest. Okay, so thank you very much for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Alright, thank you very much for joining again. And the last time we were able to set up the authentication using services and controllers. We're able to divide things inside their own modules, and then we're able to use them again in our files. And then this time we're basically going to move on to working with the CRUD operations based on users. So thank you for joining. Let's do this. Right, so inside my services, I'm just going to create this user dot service dot js. Okay, user dot service dot js. Then over here I already have my user dot controller. Then inside my routes I already have my user dot routes. Right now we're going to add a few more things. Into our user model. Right now, what are the things that we're going to add? Since we need extra things for our user model, I'm going to go into the user model side. Right, first of all, the thing that we are going to pick out from our users is the description. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go here, and then we're going to say this description. I think this is a little too long, so disk. So say disk, and then the disk, it will be the type. This could be the type string. Okay, be the type string, and then we're going to have we are going to move on to the next thing, that is from. Okay, so where is the person from? And then from is basically going to take the type string also. From is going to take the type string. Okay, let's bring our colon and save this. Then we're going to move on to the next thing, which is the relationship. Okay, I'm going to pick relationship. Okay, and then relationship is also going to be a type string. Right, okay, it could be a type string as well. Alright, so now that we have, but relationship, even though it can be a type string, we could also formulate our own type model to deal with it. So we could also change this and also make it a type number or a type string. I mean, it depends on the way that you want to handle it, because if you do it a type number, you're going to do something like an enum here. Right, we're going to set an enum here, and then we are going to do it 1, 2, 3, and then that's how we're going to handle it on the front end. So 1 could basically be single, 2 would be in a relationship, and 3 would be something like it's complicated. Right, I guess that's how Facebook works with years. Okay, so let's do this. So yeah, now that we have this set up, we want to move on to setting up the routes here. So I want to go into the user routes here, and then instead of doing all these things, you want to make sure that we are going to be setting up some routes here. So we are going to say update. So update the user, update user. Okay, then we're going to set up delete user, right? And then we're going to get a user for now, right? Then if there's any, I'll add extra. So now that we know this, we want to go into our service first. I'll use that service first, and then we start working with our own functions. Then we use them inside our user.controller, right? Okay. Alright, so what we do is we could basically just start by writing a router, but we need to set up the service first. Then from the service we come to the controller, then from the controller we bring it into the routes. We've already set up the main route here, so no need to come set it up again. So for the service, here's what we're going to do, right? For the service, we want to first of all import bcrypt. Okay, so we'll import bcrypt from bcrypt. So we put that in the yeah, okay, I'll just close one of it. Then after that we can come to the next line and then come and import user model. Yeah, we can import user model, and then right here we can write our export function. So export const, then update. We can export the update user. We can create a function called update user, right? Then we can say it is asynchronous. It's asynchronous, and then inside we are going to pass in the user ID, and we are going to pass the update data. Alright, so what are we trying to update, right? Or the update data, where we are getting it from. So now that we know that we have the user ID and the update data, oh come on, yeah, then we now open up the function, then we start writing stuff. So we say if, so we say that if what, if the update data dot password, okay, if there's update data dot password, which in return would be request dot body dot password, then we will try and catch some things, right? So we try and catch the errors here, right? So here we can just throw the error, okay, that we get, and then over here we can say update data dot password is definitely going to have to be await bcrypt, right? We're going to take bcrypt dot hash sync. Okay, we're going to hash sync bcrypt, and then update data dot password /10. Okay, we have this /10. Alright, then we can go in, you can come here, okay, we can come right under this, okay, and then we can write another try catch block here, and then inside this try catch block what we want to do is this error that we have here, we want to throw it, right? We want to throw this error. Okay, so I would say that throw error, and then we save that, and then we come here and then we say const user, right? We want to get this user, and then we want to await the user. We want to await the user in the user.model, the user model dot what, find and update. So we use the find and update, then we have the user ID being passed in here, then we now perform our function. So in the function we're going to set, okay, we're going to set, well, now what are we going to set? We're going to set the update data, which is going to be the request body. So update data, well, it has to be update data, not update. So yeah, update data. Okay, so update data, then updates. I need to find everything that has update data inside. Update, yeah, then I replace it with update. So yeah, how I did that was I if you're on Mac, then command F, it brings that up. If you're on Windows, Control F, right? So yeah, I'm now replacing it with the update data. Okay, then you click on this. Alright, so now they have all been updated. Okay, so update data, then we set that up. Then we just make sure that this section is set to new, so that we get the newly updated user, right? You get the newly updated user data, and then over here we want to send a response. Okay, we want to send a response, so that response is just going to return this user. Okay, then that's it. As long as we have this, we can just go straight into our user.controller.js, and then we set up the controller here. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we are going to export again. Export const update user controller. Okay, update user controller async. I'm going to say async, then we're going to say request response. Oh no, request response. Okay, we have request response. Then inside of this, what we're going to do is try. We're going to try, and then we're going to catch the error, so we can log the error. That is one thing we can do. Okay, and then the second thing is that we can send arrest the status 500, and then JSON, then we can send the okay. Then what else can we do here? We have const, okay, user is going to be what we're going to await. Okay, we're going to await, and then we're going to say update this user. You see this update user function that we created in the services, that we took in the user ID and then the request body. In here we are going to pass in the request.params.id, which obviously is the user ID that we described. Okay, then we pass in the request.body that I mentioned whilst creating the function back there. Okay, so now that we have this, we want to send back a response, okay, in case it's successful. So we say status 200, we say status rest of status 200 JSON, okay. Then inside this we have user, then over here we have what message, right? We have the message, and then the message object is going to have inside account has been updated successfully, okay. And then now that we have that set up, we want to go into our route here, the user route here, and then we want to set up our route. So what we do is inside this side that we have here, we're going to say router dot put, then we have what this ID, right? We have this ID, No, but we need this part here. We need this part, and then we have update user controller that we are getting from our controller here. So we just bring this .js, and I think we also have a similar error in there. So we bring in what .js, fixes all that, and I think, let me check, I think we have one more .js. Okay, so it fixes all that. Then inside the route again, now that we've been able to set this up, we can just move on. We can just go straight into testing it. So I could open up my mongodb, and then we could open up postman as well. Okay, so this is our postman. I'm going to move it into this side here. Okay, looks like my postman might not want to open. I'm going to take that off. Okay, force quit it, and then start it again. Okay, so yeah, we're going to open up the database. So it's connecting. Alright. Alright, so that it has been able to open, and then things are loading up. So we have the YT social app here, and then we have the users. So let's see the user that we have inside our YT social app. We have Amma. Okay, so as we can see, Amma has all of these. So what we can do right now is, you can see that Amma doesn't have a description. Or what we can do is, let's create a new Amma, right? Let's create a new Amma, and then so that we can have all these parts that we added to it, right? So I'm gonna open up the register user part here, and then then I'm basically going to create Amma again. Okay, so we have Amma inside the database. Let's refresh, and then we see that we have Amma in here. Okay, so now that we do have Amma, how do we add a description to Amma? Okay, so we can come here and then create a new folder, called user. Needs to open up for us to change the name. Okay, but it's not opened up, so we can just create a new request or rename. So I'll rename this folder to user, right? And then over here, okay, it looks like it's going to take some time to load. I think this was logging, right? Okay. Let us delete it and open it up one more time. Okay, so over here we have our update user. We have update user. Okay, we have update user here. Then what we will do is to set this to a put request, right? Then we say that the base URL is basically going to be I'm going to set this and then make this users, and then I'm going to put the user ID in here. So I'm going to take Amma's user ID from here, and then I'm going to put it inside the params here. Okay, then over here I can set the body to raw and then JSON, and then I'm going to add a description to Amma. Okay, then I could say that my name is Amma and I'm a Ghanaian. Okay, so Now that I have this, I could send, and then as you can see, a description has been added to Amma. And then for the password side, in case we added a new password or something, or wanted to change our password, it will be possible for us to do that by just adding the password field. And let's say we want to change Amma, and say my name is Amma, I am a Ghanaian, and I'm a Ghanaian, and I am beautiful. Okay, then for the password, I could change the password to hello there. Nah, let's do it. I'm a 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Alright, so I would send, and then you can see that the password has been rehashed again. Okay, so now that we know that this is working, we can move on to other crud operations, which is the delete and the get a user, right?
We are continuing the part 2 of the crud operations for the users. Okay, so we have update user here. It has been done. What we can do is we can basically copy everything here in the services, and then once they're copied, I can paste them here. Okay, and then I can just change this to delete user. Can just change this to delete user, taking in user ID and update data. Not necessarily, you're going to take out the update data, and then over here we're going to clean this out. And then with a try catch block over here, what are we going to do? We are basically going to clean this out. I'm going to clean this, okay, and then I would format this in a very nice way, okay. Then over here I'm going to say find by ID and delete. Okay, so we pass in the user ID and it returns the user back. Okay, we can say it should return, it can return the user back to us, and also the user that deleted, right? And also a message, so we can set up that message inside the user controller. So I can take this, I can copy this, okay, I can copy this, and then I don't think we should. Let me go back to the service, and then I'll take this out of it, because I don't think it's necessary like that, because if you're deleting, right? So let's not return anything. Then after it is done, we send a response inside the controller. So I'll say that over here that we have, so I'll say error occurred deleting the user, right? Error occurred deleting the user. Okay, and then over here we can say, we can clear this, right? We can clear this. Okay, let's not. Okay, we can clear this, right? Then we can await. We can simply await and then delete the user. You can delete the user, and then we pass in the inside here. We have to pass in request.params .id, which is obviously going to be the user's ID. So it passes through here and then comes and gets deleted, and then if there's an error, it throws us back that error. Okay, and then we can say that the account has been deleted successfully. Okay, then we can take this off, we can take this out. All right, then what else? So delete, you can say delete user controller. Okay, then you can go into the user route here, and then you can copy this, come here and then paste that, and then over here we set that to delete. Okay, and then we can say what, delete user controller. Okay, so now that we have this set up, we can test it for ourselves. And then I'm going to open this. Okay, I'm trying to open it. Okay. So that we can test it. Right? So we have. So basically, we have user. We let me save this. I'm basically going to save this, and then I'm okay. So you can see put here. So I can just create a new request, and then inside the request I can rename it as delete user. Okay, so after delete user, then I can set this to delete. Then I can set the base URL to users, and then if I look inside the route here, I can see that this section is going to take in the user ID, right? So I'm going to go into the database, and then we're going to go into YT social app. I'm going to go to the users section here, and then I'm going to pick out this user ID. Okay, then inside here I'm going to replace it with this. Okay, so now that we have that, there's nothing we're going to pass into the body, everything we're passing in here, so we should be able to receive that message, right? But before we do any of that, we have not cd'd into server, and then we have not started our server. So I'm going to do my npm start, and the server would be running very soon. Okay. Okay, so it has been connected. I'm going to postman, and then I'm going to send. Okay, so the account has been deleted successfully. If I go and then I refresh, we should wait, what? Let's try this one more time. I'm picking up this ID. Okay, and I'm passing it in here. So I'm sending. Okay, it said that it has been deleted. Okay, so let's get back here. Okay, that is weird. That's a little weird. Let me look at what we have in the routes. So we have users. Okay, users here, and I'm passing in the ID of the user, and then I'm saying that, oh yeah, so over here I'm supposed to set this to delete. So delete user, yes, delete user, and I'll clean this. Come on. So I clean this up, and then I come back to my postman, and then yeah, I would send, and then that has been deleted successfully. Then I would go into my database and test it. Okay, and now we can see that AMA has been deleted from the database as we expect. Okay, now that this has been able to reset, we are going to get just one user. Okay, so inside I'm going to go back into the user service, and then I am basically going to take, okay, let's just take the previous one here. Okay, I'm going to copy this really quick, and then I would take this whole part off here. Okay, then now inside here I can delete all of these parts, here, and then I can delete this. I can delete these parts over here. Then I can see find by ID. Then I can return this user in case we find the user. So I can say get user. Okay, when they get user, we can get the user by just the ID, and then we return that user. Right. So inside my controller here, I can come, and then I can come. I don't think this is necessary. I can take this off, but yeah, I can basically come and pick out this one because it's almost the same thing. I can pick out this one, and then I can duplicate it, and then what I'll do is I'll say get user controller. Then inside my get user controller, I'll say what get user, right? Get user, and then I can create a variable and store this user inside. Store this user inside the variable, and then I can log the user out like this, right? Okay. Now that I've been able to do this, I'm going to go into the routes, user routes, yes, user routes here, and then I'm going to copy this, and then I'll just get, okay, then I'll say what get user controller. Okay, then we can go back and get a particular user, but I can't get the user. Let me just go to auth and then register a new user, that AMA that we have there. Okay, so I just created AMA here. Okay, then AMA is now in the database. This is AMA's ID. I can just copy AMA's ID from here, or you can come to the database and then copy AMA's ID that we have here. So I can copy her ID from here too. Then I'll come and create a new request here. Okay, I'm creating a new request. Let us save this request. Okay, so this is already a get request, and I can change the name to get user. Okay, get user. Then I set the thing to users. Then over here I would add her ID. Okay, then I can simply make a get request, and then I'll see my AMA in here with the message. Okay, so we have to change the message in here. So the message is has been fetched successfully. Okay, we have that, and then okay, this works. Okay, so we can finally perform the CRUD for our users, but we don't want just anybody to be able to access these things, right? So what we want to do is we can perform a quick check, right? We can underperform the check here on inside services, right? So what is that check? Let's just do it here. So we have our if. We can say if the request dot if the request dot body dot user ID request dot body the user ID is the same as request dot params dot ID, right? Or request dot body dot sadmin. Okay, then we want to perform these actions, right? So I'm going to cut this and then put it here. Okay, very good. So but I don't want to just do it, right? So I can do a try catch block here, and then log the error first of all, and then also send out an error message, right? So I can say a rest.status of what's 500, and then I can send a JSON message, of you can only update your account. Okay, now that we have this set up, we can just copy this, or we can rather take, okay, let's just copy this part, right? Let's copy this part, then I'll just cut it and then paste it in here. Okay, then so what we are trying to do here is that we have one try catch block inside our if statement. We're going to check if the user ID that you're passing through the body compares with the same user ID inside the params, or if we pass in an admin property, right? So if we check through and then we realize that they are all the same, which is the same user is the one performing that request, then it can run this try catch block, right? And then we'll be able to update our account. So I can just copy this. I can just take this functionality and take this one too, and I can take this side too as well. I can take this side too as well, and then I can copy. Okay, I can copy. Now what I'll do is over here, I'll place my first cursor here, then I'll hold Alt like I did, and then I'll hold this side, then I'll just Control V to paste. Right, okay, so what happened was I have two tries here. I'll delete this try, and I have to delete this one too, this catch here. Delete, and I have to add one more. Okay, I think I messed a lot of things up here. It's a try catch block. This is another try catch. Okay, I'll undo whatever I did. I'll undo whatever I did here. Then I would rather just come and copy this line and drop it here. Right, and then I'll make sure I close it as well over here. Then I have my first try. So I had the first try here, and then I'll do the same for this part as well. I'll copy this. Okay, then it works. Then I can do the same thing for the last one as well. Do the same thing for the last one. Okay, so forget, we don't necessarily need those checks, right? Because like you can just get one user in general. So for the two of them will work. We can test it out really quickly before my body runs out. Okay, so I mean, now that we have this part set up, the if statements here, we want to test out. So I'm going to try to update a user here. So I'm going to try to update Amma. Okay, so if I open up my postman here, right, and so yeah, let's go to get here, and then I'm going to send a get request. Then we can get Amma's value. Okay, so you can see that we have Amma here. Oh yeah, inside this get request you're getting the password. We need to take care of that. Okay, we need to take care of this password that we are getting. So over here I'm going to do that thing, that spread operator thing, and I'm going to create an object, and then I'm going to call the password inside the object. So I'm going to say password. Okay, then I'm going to take the rest of the data that is left, and I'm going to equate it. I'm going to equate that data to user dot slash doc. Okay, then inside here we're going to get just the data that we are receiving, right when we take out the password. Okay, now that we have that, okay, I'm going to go back into postman, and then over here I'm going to try to update Amma. Okay, so I'm opening up the update request section, and then inside here I'm going to pass in a user ID field, user ID. Okay, and then since we are performing certain checks, right, just not just anybody can pass in any just not anybody with a different user ID can update someone else's item like that. So I'm going to just do this, and I'll say this. I'll just so you see that we should get an error saying that you can only update your okay. We have to set that up. You can only update your account. So this one is going to be you can only delete your account here. So we can okay. I said what? Uh, it has to. Okay, I'm gonna cancel. Okay, I am basically going to take out this section. Or what am I? I think I'm going to say res. I'm going to say res. That status. Or I can no need to do all these things. I can just clear these parts. I can just clear these parts, or just take out this. This and take this out, and just take this out too. Then I can clean this. Then I can say else. No, I can say else. So I can just select this and bring it here. Okay. And I think this should be it. So let us go back and then try to update. So we should receive a response. You can only update your account, right? So let's just apply the same principle to this side as well before my battery goes low. So we can just clear this section and clear this section and clear this section. Then over here we can write our else and then bring this part down here, right here, and clear this section as well. Yes, then we should be safe. Should be safe. Okay, so we can also, so you can see that if we go back into Postman and then we go for ams, if we go for ams data, and we, so where's ams id? So this is ams id. If you copy and then we go to update, right? We go to update and then we change this. So I am American, and then we replace this with ms id. Oh no, replace with ms id. I need to get ms actual id here. So here, then update user. Then I can update this section too. Okay, then if I update the account, you should see that it should work. Okay, so you can see that AMA's data has been updated. Okay, so we can receive all that information here. Hello and welcome back. We're moving on to following and unfollowing a user, right? So we can just come here, write a comment and say follow a user, and then we could define a route, but we'll definitely get an error, right? So in order to prevent that, let's just go into our user.service and then let's set up our service here. So I could say export const, then I would say what, follow user. Then over here I'll make sure that it's an asynchronous function. It's an asynchronous function that takes in a request sorry, it takes the user ID and then the update data since this is service. Okay, and then over here we feed the function. So we have our try catch here. Then whenever we get an error, we can throw the error, right? Then over here, since we are looking for a user, right? So I'll say const the user, that target user, right? That target user, we are going to await the target user from the user model, right? From the user model, and then we are going to say you are finding the user by the ID, right? So to find by ID, then the request, we pass in the request body, right? So let me do it. So request body dot what, the user ID, right? So request body, that's the user ID, right? So we could do something like this, right? But because you're working in services, recapping from the previous one, we can instead just clean this part like this, right? You can instead just clean this part and then do this user ID dot user ID. Okay, that's what we can do here, because this is the parameter that is going to be considering the user ID. Okay, or let me instead say user data so that we don't get confused. So user data dot user ID, right?
Okay, so now that we have the user ID here, what we want to do is we want to get our target user. So you're going to say, oh no, that's our target. Yes, there's our current user. So we want to say the current user. You're going to get the current user basically from the params, right? So I'll await the user inside the user collection, and that we are going to get from the user model here, and then we're going to find by ID. Okay, we'll find by ID, and then we'll pass in the update data dot id, right? Dot id. Okay, now that we have this, what do we do next? We want to do some checks, right? We want to make sure that we have some checks going on. Okay, now we want to be able to check if we want to be able to check something here. So we want to write our ifs, right? Now what are we checking? We want to look inside our target users followers, right? And if our target users followers includes you, the current user, your normal follower ID, right? Then it means that you have already followed this user, right? So here's what we are going to do, right? We are going to say, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to say if, right? If this user, let's say if this user followers, right? This, if we take the user, right, and then we check the user's followers, right, array, right, and we want to check if it includes what. Okay, we want to check if it includes what. So if it includes the user data, right, the user data, okay, the user data dot user ID dot user ID, right? Now if it includes that, we want to await a few things, right? What are we awaiting? If it includes that, we want to await the user dot update one, user dot update one. No, yeah, if it doesn't, sorry, if this doesn't, then we want to update. So user dot update one. Okay, so we want to update one. How are we updating it? We're going to say pull. Okay, so no, push rather. We're going to say push and then inside this push you're going to say take the followers array, right, and then push the user ID that we are passing through the body, push it inside, right? So we're going to say the followers array, right, that we have inside the model, right? We are going to push in our request dot body dot user ID. Okay, request dot body dot user ID. Then we can basically do almost the same thing for the other one. So I can just paste this. Then I can change this to current user. I can change this to current user. Then I can push this, right, at the same time. I can push it into the followings, okay, into the followings of the request.params, okay, of the normal ID, okay, which is the target user. But because we are using this and this, we are just going to take this one, copy it, and then over here replace it with this dot, and then come and replace it with this, and come and replace this one with this, okay, just so you understand how this thing is working. Okay, now after we're able to do all of these things, we want to say that if it includes it, right? So else, if it so over here I can say that we can over here I can say that we can send back, like a return statement or something. That is if it works out, right? So after we're able to do all of these things, you want to be able to return something. So we can return maybe a text, or so we can return this statement. So basically what will happen is we can return the data of which people, the user and then the current user, okay, the user and then the current user. But if that's not the case, right, what can we do? We can rather now send like a response, sending a message, right? So I can say through new error, saying what I can say that you don't I'd say that you have already followed this user. Okay, now that we have set this up over here, fine, we are doing all our checks and then doing all of these things, but we also need to make sure that you can't follow yourself, right? So in order for us to do that, we can come here and then do our total checks here. So I can say an if, right? So this if condition is going to check for a few things. So it's going to say that check the user data, right? The user data, that is the thing that we are passing into the body, right? The user ID that we are passing into the body. So check the user data dot user ID. Check if it is the same. Check if it is the same as the user the update data, right, dot id. Okay, the update data dot id. If it is the same, we want to do a few things, right? If it is the same, we would send a message, right? But since we are not doing this, we can rather set this condition as this. So just in case the user data, if it is the same as the params ID or the target user, if it's not the same, or if this condition is false, we want to do something else. Do you get me? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write an else statement here, and then I can throw a new error. So I can throw a new error. here, okay, and then inside this error here that we are trying to do, I can say something like you cannot follow yourself. Okay, you cannot follow yourself. So now that I have this all set up, what I can do is I can take this part, cut it, and then throw it in here. Alright, so this one says what? It says that check if this condition is false. So check if the user is trying to follow himself, right? Or check if the user ID that we are passing to the body is equal to the target user ID in the params. If this condition is true, then we'll throw if we throw this error, you cannot follow yourself. But if the condition is false, we'll do whatever we did in here. Okay, now that we have this set up, we can also work on the unfollow user service here, so that we just move on fast. So for the unfollow user, I can say unfollow, so unfollow user. Okay, so the unfollow user here. Now what are we going to do? Hey, I need to, okay, unfollow is the same spelling, so unfollow user. Then obviously we are doing our check here. Now if just in case we so I would say you cannot what unfollow yourself, right? Just in case this condition is false, then if this condition is false, then it runs this, but if it's true, then it runs this, right? So inside we can do some changes here. Okay, so already we are waiting this one too. Then over here we can remove this and say that in case this tag user, right, includes this user data, the user ID, right, what we can do is we can pull, right, and then we can also pull here, right, and then we can just return this one. Okay, so hopefully we've been able to work with this, work with that. Okay, you've already, so okay, no, this is unfollow. Okay, so this is unfollow, we already took care of this. What else? We are performing a check here, just in case it includes okay, yeah, I don't think this check is even necessary, but I mean, I don't think we need an else here. Or okay, I can rather write you don't, I can say you don't follow this user. Okay, you don't follow this user. Okay, sure. So now that I set this up, we can go into our controllers, right? We can go into the controllers, and then we can let me copy this. Okay, let me copy this and export. Okay, then I can say follow user controller. You can say follow user controller. Okay, so inside here, here's what we are going to do. Now just take care of this one. Okay, just take care. So here's what we're going to do. Since you are performing all the functionalities in there, and then they are returning a bunch of items, we already have our async request response, right? So what we can do is you can say our const, you can say const data, right? Our const data is going to be what you are going to await, and we are going to await what? Follow user that the follow user service that we made there, it has come, follow user, right? Now that we have that, we can pass in our two parameters, of which the first one is the request.body, and then the next parameter is the request.params. Okay, now that we've been able to set this up, after this data has been awaited, it is going to send out the response just in case it's successful. Yeah, and then in case it's not successful, it will just send us its response. Yeah, depending on the error that we pass inside the service. And we can set up this the onfollow one too here. We can set that up here. So onfollow user controller. Then yeah, I'm going to say onfollow user. Then we're passing in the same parameters. Yeah, then we can now check for the results. Immediately we are able to get that done. Okay, so let's go into the user route and then let's set up the routes for it. So over here, I can copy this and bring this here. Then I can say that follow, I can set this follow, right, with the ID at the end here. Then also I can say something like since this is a follow, so I'll say follow user controller. Okay, then I can copy and then I can write on follow user. I can see on follow user here, and over here I would pass in this and I would say on follow, yeah. And then I can say what on follow user controller. Okay. Okay, now that I have this all set up, I think we can start testing. No, we can test. This has to be a put request, puts, because we are updating a put request. Okay, now that we've done this, I can open up my postman and then we can test how things are going. So if I open up my postman, I think I have to switch back to my normal account. Okay, should be here in no time. Okay, now that we have this here, I can see follow. So I can create a new request, I can add a new request, and I can say follow a user, right? So I can say what follow user. Okay, so follow user. Then over here I'll make this a put request. Okay, save changes. Then over here I would say users. Okay, so let me get, okay, since we already have this user here, but I think we need to create a new user. Yeah, we need to create a new user that we can use. I don't know, the database isn't opening for some reason. I'll just kill it here. Just kill it here, and then I'll go back for it here. Yeah, so let's create a new user that we can use. Okay, so obviously we have, if I log in here with the details that we have, here, we'll see ama at gmail. Okay, no, we are not deleting any user. Let's log in. I'd have to check this later on. Okay, so let's get into the database. Set data is not defined. Data is not defined. Data is not defined. Okay, yeah, so const what data should be able to help us fix it. Okay, so let's go back here. If I log in, so error login user, logging in user, logging in the user. Yeah, user logged in successfully. Okay, sure. So now that we have the database opened, I'm going to go into the YT social app, and then we can see that we have AMA here. Let's not use this. In fact, let's delete this. Take this off. Let's delete this. So after I delete this, we already have AMA here, right? So what I can do right now is I'm gonna go into here, and I'll register a new user. And I'll say something like, what would I say? I'll say Kofi, and then I can set this one to Kofi, and I can set the password to Kofi, right? Kofi 1, alright. Then I would send. Okay, it's still working. If I send, get Kofi's details. Okay, so we have Kofi's ID here, so we want to make Kofi follow AMA, right? If I go here and I check the user ID that we have, 47, let's check for AMA. Okay, AMA's user ID is different, so I'll copy this and I'll go here and I'll replace it with this. But let's not forget that we should have our follow in here, and then the ID follows after. And I save that. Then inside the body, we would turn it into raw, and then pass in the JSON. And then over here we'd say user ID. Okay, user ID. And we're going to pass in what? No, we are going to pass in Kofi's ID instead. So let me refresh this so that we see Kofi inside the database in general. Then now Kofi is here. I can copy his ID and then come and put that in here. And then anytime I send this request, I would go and check AMA's followers array, and I should see Kofi's user ID in there. And then in Kofi's followings, I should see AMA's user ID in there. So I'm just going to send. Okay, we are getting an error. What error is it? You cannot follow yourself. Okay, let's check our conditions here. So it has to be, so this is the request.body.user ID. If it is equal to the, okay, I'm coming. Okay, if this is equal, then it should throw me this. So I'm going to just switch the positions here, right? Let's just switch up the positions. Oh, come on. So if I switch up the positions here, I should say something like this. Then over here I can just Control X, then paste it here instead. Okay, then now that we have this all worked out, we can try again. Okay, so let's go back and try again. Error is not defined. Okay, through error. Yeah, I think that should be it. Let's test it one more time. Okay, define undefined of includes. Okay, um okay, this is the user. We are passing in the user ID, right? Passing in the user ID here. Okay, so cannot read the properties of undefined includes. So that means user doesn't have the followers property. Let's go and check the model. So if I check the user model, we should have followers and followings. Okay, we do not have that, so let's just add them. Let's just add the followers. Let's add them. So I'm going to say it's going to be type of array, and then we are going to set the default. So I can set the default to be, so I can set the default to this, and then over here I can set the followings. Can set the followings to type array over here too, and then I can set the default. Can set the default to an empty array. Okay, so now that we have this working like we expected to, what I'm going to do is I could create another user again, create 2 extra users. So let me just delete Amma and delete, so let's delete Kofi and delete Amma as well. Then let us go back to Postman and recreate these users, right? So inside Postman, I'm going to create Kofi one more time. Then I'm going to create Amma. Okay, I have Amma, and then I have Amma 1. Okay, now create. Okay, so I'm going to say let's make Amma follow Kofi. So inside the follow here, I'm going to put in Amma's user ID, and then I'm going to find Kofi's ID and then place it inside the params. So where's Kofi's ID? Here. I can copy that, place it inside the params. Okay, then I'll send. Okay, so now if we check through, we should be able to see the changes that have gone on. Okay, let's check here, make sure that yeah, so inside the followings array you can see that we have inside the followings array you can see that we have, okay, this is Kofi following himself, and then okay, this is Amma following herself. So we need to fix that, right? We need to fix that. So inside the services, we can rather replace the change, we can rather make these changes. So inside here, inside the followers, we can copy this, place it here, and then take this and place it here. Okay, so it's a misunderstanding of logic that caused this. So now that we have this set up, let us delete them out of the database. Let us delete them. So I can delete this and delete this, update, and over here I can delete this. Okay, then what I can do is I can go back here, and then I can send. Okay, now we can check again. So inside the followings we have yeah, I'm following Amma now, and then inside Amma's followers array we have Kofi following. Okay, so now it's fixed. Let us go back and fix our unfollow here. So over here I can say I can take this off, and then I can copy this part and then come and put it here. I can put it here. Then I'll take this, then drop it here, right? Then we just format it for it to look good. Yeah, then over here we can do we can make the changes that we made over here, right? So you can see we forgot to do this part for this. Let's just add it here. Okay, it's here. It's actually here already. Okay, so what we can do is you can just change the positions here. You can change the positions, change this position as well, put it here. And then now that we have it working all together over here, we can test out our onfollow, right? So onfollow, what we are going to do is I can just duplicate this. I can duplicate this real quick, and then over here when we come here, I can just change the name to what? Onfollow user. Okay, and then inside the body, raw JSON. Then we already have, so I'm just going to copy this and then place it here. Then we already have the user ID of who, so this BF4, and then okay, so I guess we need to change things again. So who is on following who? Followers. So Kofi is following, so since Kofi is the one following, I'm going to take Kofi's ID and place it inside the body here. Okay, then Amma is the one with the followers, so I'm going to put Amma in here. Okay, now that we have that all set up, I am going to change this to onfollow. So onfollow here. Then we save, and now it's send. Okay, what is the error? You cannot unfollow yourself, and this also we need to fix that. You cannot unfollow yourself. Okay, let's check. It's F. Okay. So we had to just no, that's unfollow actually. And then over here we can change this. So let's go to the database. This is Amma FS. So here's Amma, and then we are trying to unfollow Amma, right? So here I can take this and place Amma here, and I would rather come for his ID and place it here. Okay, then let's check. Okay, then we can now send. To the service. Okay, so you don't follow this user, and I guess we search positions. We must fix that immediately. So I'll just paste that, enter B4, copy that, and I'll fix that here. Okay, then what error is it again? Wait, I need to save. Okay, then I'll send. Okay, you don't follow this user, that's weird. Let's check what are the checks, right? User dot. Okay, so we had to switch some things here, the checks that we are making here, right? So over here we can rather say that if this target user contains the user that we are passing through the body, right, inside this followers. So let's make sure that we have this check here. What is going on? Yeah, so over here we can see that the user that we are passing through the body, which is this one, right, passing this user through the body here, right? Okay, fb2. This this target user. Okay, this is the target user basically. Okay, so we are going to take the target user. This is the target user basically, right? Passing in the target user here, and then we are going to check inside the target user to see if this one, what we are passing through the body here, so this one is here, right? Then we are going to try to send. Okay, so let's save and send one more time. It says that if it includes, do this, right? But if it doesn't include, let's set this to false and see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to go into the database and then we're going to check, and then yes, it finally worked. Okay, so in general we had to say that if the followers, if this user's followers section didn't include if the user's followers section didn't include the user data, which is this user, our target user data dot. So I think what we should have done was the followings rather, right? So we should have checked for followings instead. So followings instead, right? So followings. So that's where we could have easily done the check. So we can let's try and test for the last time. So I can send it. Okay, it has been able to do that check. Then over here I can just, okay, we do not follow this user. Okay, I guess the other one, this other logic was the right one. So let's just stick to this one. Okay, so as long as it works. Yeah. Okay, we can check through as well. If you want to see the immediate results of our actions here, you can just set this section to new. You can set this section to new. New is equal to true. New no, let me clean this off of here, and then on the second part here we can set that here, and I think, yeah, over here. So yeah, so you can set the new here, yeah, new. Then over here too we can do the same, so you can just come here as well, yeah, and then set that towards an object, the new is equal to true. Okay, then we can, so I think we have tried unfollowing, right? So let's unfollow. Okay, I think it's done. Yeah, so now you can see that we have, nobody has the followers and the followings again. Okay, thank you for getting to this point. There was a lot of bug fixes. I mean, I'm doing this tutorial while I'm recording, like I'm literally building the application while we're recording, so definitely we'll find some errors and then we'll try to fix them. And the reason why I do it, or I work it this way, is because I want my users or my viewers I want my viewers to be able to get into the mind of development, because so that they can be able to understand how to go about things, just in case things don't go their way. Okay, so yeah, thank you for getting to this very far part of the video, and hopefully I'll just come up with the next section, and the next one is going to be posts. So you're going to handle the crud operations for posts. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Now that we've been able to work on the follow and unfollow, we'd want to work on the posts, right? So let us first of all go into our models, and then I'm going to create a post model. So I'm going to say post.model.js. Okay, now that we have post.model.js, we can basically go into the user model here, and then we can copy everything here and then paste it here. Then what we can do is we can just change this into post, right? And then we can change this into post schema. Then over here I can just copy this, come here, paste it here, right? Yeah, we've already imported this other ones. So looking at these, I can just copy. Yeah, I can just come back here and I'll just copy these ones. Okay, so I'm just taking them off. Then here what I'll do is I have my user ID that I'm going to pass. So that user ID failed. Type is going to be a type of I mean, since every post is going to belong to a particular user, so this, sorry, type string, right? So type string, then we have required. It has to be required because every user is going to own a post. Okay, so after we've been able to set up every user having their own post, we can move on to the next thing, which is a description, right? So every post is going to have a description, which is this. We can do that this, and then we can say it's a type of what? It's a type string, right? Now that we know that it's a type string, we can come to the next one, which is image, right? We can come to image, and then the image here, we can set that to a type of string too. Okay, so we can set that to the type string. Okay, now that we set that to string, we want to go to the likes, because every post would have a like. So I would say likes. Okay, and then I could set that to a type array, right? Then we can set that to the default. The default is going to be array in general. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, let's not forget our timestamp. So over here we have the timestamp so that we can be able to check when the post was updated and all this and that information. So timestamp going to be what? True. Okay, set that up real quick. Okay, so now that we have the post schema going on well, what can we do next? What we can do is we can create our service and then a controller in the route, right? So let's go into the services part, and then I would say post.service.js. Okay, post.service.js. Then inside post.service.js, I can just go into the user part here. Okay, so as you can see, we have our functions and then the bcrypt and then the model, right? So bcrypt is basically a different package that we use to do something here. So in general, all we need inside as our services is the model that we are picking, right? So let's go back. Since we know this concept, let's go back here and then import our model. So I'm going to say import what? Post model. Here I can import post model. Then I can say, oh, I can import it from where? I can import it from, then I'll bring in the directory, the model, then post.model.js. Okay, now that we have post.model.js, what do we do next? We now have const create post. Okay, so we have to create this functionality. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Now an asynchronous function that takes in body. Okay, that takes in the body in general, right? So how do we work with this in general? With the body that it takes in, okay, with the body that it takes in, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a try catch block as usual, and then we're going to throw the error that we get. Okay, the error that we get, right? Then inside here we can create like a variable. We can create a variable saying new post. Okay, new post is going to be equal to what? New. Then we take the post model that we called there. Then inside the post model we can pass in the body parameter. Okay, then over here we can say that return once these things once we are able to pass this in, right? Once we are able to pass this, we want to say that let's await first. So we await this new post dot save, right? And then with the brackets here, right? Then after we've been able to await, we can return new post. Okay, now that we have new post here that we are returning, we can basically just export, right? So export the const new create post. Okay, so once you've been able to export it, let's go into the controllers and create it. So I would say post dot controller dot what js. Okay, so post dot controller dot js. Now what do we do in post dot controller dot js? We can just export. So we say export const create post controller create post con. Now I would say it's an asynchronous function. It's an asynchronous function that takes in a request and a response, and then over here the function opens a. We forgot to bring. Yes. Now the function opens up. Let us clean this. Okay, so this is a try catch block. Then here I'm going to say res. Let me just go and pick up this. No, let me just pick up this type of. Then we just input whatever we do inside. My mouse. My mouse. What is wrong with my mouse? Okay. So my mouse is working well now. Okay. So I copy this, come into the post section and paste it. Now what do I do? Okay, I can clean this real quick. Sorry. Now I can take const new post that we are getting is going to be an await. Then the await is going to be what? Create posts that we are getting from the service, right? So .js, let's not forget .js is very important. So create post. Then what are we passing inside? We are passing in what? The request.body, or everything that we pass into the request.body. Feel me? So now that we have this, we can basically bring this out and say new post, right? Then it's going to give us a new. Then we can say post has been created successfully, right? Then over here we can have an object. We can have objects here, right? So I can say message object that says what? Message object that says what? Post creation failed. Okay, then we log out. We rest the error as well. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we need to keep this in an object. So okay, so now that this is all set up, we can go into the routes now. Okay, so inside the route, I'm gonna say post dot route dot js, post dot route dot js. Then over here, I can just import my router. It's a little too long. Let's just copy. Right, so I'm going to take this. I'm just going to click here and then hold Alt and click here as well. Press Ctrl C to copy, and then over here I'll just paste this. Then all I have to do is export default router. Okay, now that we have this set up, we can go into the routes part, and then we would import this and then say post, right, post, and then we can basically import this and say I'll put the cursor here, hold Alt, put cursor here also, and I'll say post routes, post.routes as well. Then over here I'll say post routes. Right, now that I have this working, I'll go into the post routes here, then I'll set up the route for creating it. So what I can say is router dot post right. Now inside router dot post, I can say okay, so yeah, just leave it like that, right? Or we could make it more descriptive. Like create post, right? Okay, sure. So now that we have this, then we can pass in the controller that we had here. Okay, create post controller. So where, yeah, the route, post route, yes. So create post controller is what we are going to pass. Okay, it has been imported successfully. It said what? Cannot find the module. Okay, this is a bit weird. Oh, come on. So I'm going to get in. I'm going to go in here. Okay, we are taking this create post. Okay, we are passing this into. Okay, let me go into this. Okay, inside the routes, let me check how we are importing this. Post.controller.js. This is very important. Like I said before, it's very important. So now that we have this, we can test it out, right? So I can open up my postman, and then I would create like a new folder for this. So I would say add folder, and the folder here I can name it posts, right? And then I'll add a request, and the request is going to be a post request. Okay, so post request, then I would say something like let me put this one there, then I'll say something like posts. Okay, so the post is what is inside, is what I set up here, posts, and then I'm going to say create post. Okay, create post. Okay, then I'll set that up here as well, create post, then I'll save. Okay, so now we have the name and everything changed here. Okay, now inside the body, what we need to do is take it to raw, then JSON. Then we need to take in the user ID passing through the body. So the user ID is what we are going to pass. So I'm going to say where is my mongodb? Said ask me later. Let me check. Okay, yeah, the mic still works. So I'm trying to open mongodb. Can we get users here? No, we didn't set that up. We can only create users. Okay, let me take in one of the users that we already have here. We just log in and then take the person's details. So Amma. Okay, we can now get into the database. Oh, we are not getting Amma's data. Okay, let me just go into YT social. Okay, so I'm going to take Amma's user ID. I'm going to go into posts, drop it inside. Then over here we add a description that we made, and then I'll say this is a test description. Okay, this is a test description. Then for the image we can pass in test image.png. You know, it's going to come. We are going to work on it as in pass it in as a link, right, so that we can render it on the front end. But for now, here's how we're going to do it. And then if I send, okay, so we have this. Then if we go into the database for the posts right now, we should be able to see it here. Okay, so now let's work on updating a post. Okay, now in order for us to be able to update a post, we need to work on a put request for the post, right? So now how do we do all that? Let us first of all go into our services. Okay, then I'll go and then say, oh, we already have post service, sorry. So I'll go here, so I'll just copy this real quick. Okay, then I would paste it here. Then I'll simply have to say update posts. Okay, update post. And then here we don't need this also, right? We don't need this also, and then we don't need this too. So what do we do now? Okay, so we are going to say const post, right, or updated post, however you want to call it. Updated post. So how are we going to find this updated post? Okay, we are going to find this updated post by so we are going to await, right? Now what are we awaiting? We are going to await and then take the post collection, that's the post model, and then we are going to find by ID and then update. Okay, so we'll find by ID and update. How? Right, we are going to first of all take the request.params, right? But we don't take the request.params over here. We can simply change this to params so that we know that it's the params a request.params argument that we are going to be passing through. So over here we can say params. Okay, so we can say params dot id, right? And then now that we have this set up, we can open this up and then see and pass in the function that we want to pass in. So we can say set. Okay, so what are we setting? We are setting whatever that we pass to the request of body, right? So instead of writing request of body, we don't write that. We can easily come and add that here by saying body. Okay, then over here we can pass in body, right? Exactly. Then now that we have that working, we can make sure that at the end here we can add the new keyword so that we can receive the updated version of the user, the updated user. Okay, nice. Now that we have this, we can now return, just in case it's successful, we can return the updated post so that we can check, we can find it in the response, okay, that we are receiving. So I'm going to return what updated post. Okay, now before we can be able to perform all these actions, we want to make sure that the post user ID is equal, the post user ID that we are finding is equal to the user ID inside the user ID that we are going to pass through the body, right? So basically here's what we're going to do, right? I can, over here I can create like an if statement here to check, to make these checks, right? So if I could do if else. Okay, we could do if else. So if I say if else here, so okay, so uh okay, in order for us to even do this, okay, let me do this real quick. Instead of setting this up here like this, what we can do is we can actually now find the post separately, right? And then before we do anything, we can perform the check, right? So we can take const post here, okay, then we can take the post the model, right? Let's await it. So await post model, right? Then we find by the ID, okay. Then the ID we pass in what, the ID we pass in the params dot ID, okay. We pass in the params dot ID, and after we have that, what do we do again? We now come and do our if else check. Okay, so inside the if else condition check, okay, what do? We say that this post dot user ID should, if it is equal to the request dot body, okay, the request dot body dot user ID that we have, right? So we could say something like body dot what user ID, no, user ID, okay, body dot user ID. If it's equal to it, then it can do the following for us. Now what can it do? Right, we can basically await, right? We can await what, this post model that we imported. No, put this post model dot what, update one, okay. So we can update one. Now how do we update one? We could update one by setting it, right? So we can set that, okay. So now when we set, what are we setting in this case? We are going to set in the request.body, so I can just pass in the body, okay. Then hopefully we should be able to set the new here as well. Yeah, let me try. Is it possible? Never done that before, but hopefully it works. So we'll test it in general. Then now that we've been able to work on that, we can now return the post, right? We can now return the post. So after you have worked on this, if it's not a condition, right? If that's not a condition, if there are two different user IDs, then we can throw back an error, right? We can throw new error that says what is the new error it's going to say? You can update only your posts, okay. Then now that we've been able to set this up, we can return, I think we can return post, can we? Let's try. So return posts, Okay, yes, so it's possible. Then now that we've been able to do this, yeah, let's take this out. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, I think post is okay, or updated posts, updated posts. Can update only your post. Okay, sure. Now that we've been able to work on this, we can go into the controller, copy this, and then export const. I can say update post controller, now say updated post, right? Then I'll say update posts. Okay, then update post, we are passing in what are we passing through the update post? If you check through, we have two parameters, params and body, right? So we can just pass in request of params in the first one, and then request of body in the second. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We can say we already have request of body, so we just say request dot params. You just say request dot params. Then over here we can pass in the updated post. Okay, then we can say post has been updated successfully. Okay, so post update post update failed. Okay, post update failed. Okay, sure. Now that we have this working as we expect it to, or we have this set up as we expect it to, we can now go into our post route and then set up the one for update posts, right? So we can just write update posts and create posts. Okay, so the update post route is going to take router dot put. Then over here I can say what I can over here I can set up the route to take in. So I can say update posts, and then we can take in the ID at the end here, right? And then which controller are we going to use? We are going to use the update post controller. Okay, so now that we have this working, or have this set up as we expect it to be set up, we can now test it, right? So inside my postman, I can basically duplicate this. I can duplicate this real quick, and then I would rename it to update posts. Then I can change this to put. Then I can change this to update posts. Okay, now that I have this set up to update post, I can come into the body. We already have the user ID here. Okay, so we can copy this user ID here, paste it at the end here. Okay, so I'm going to first of all change something. Oh no, just going to change something here. So let me add one more for, and then I'll say this is a test description update. Okay, then I just want to update the description. Okay, so let's now test to see if it works. So take this out. Okay, so post update failed. Okay, it's supposed to throw in a normal error, so let's check what is going on. Okay, it said at position 92. Okay, we have to see what's going on. Okay, cannot read properties of user ID. It's okay, so it has to be request.params.id, request.body.user ID, right? So if I go into the controller, request.params.id and request.body.user ID, that's what we should be able to pass in here, right? So you should be able to read. Let's save things, yeah, or let's just remove this because I've not seen. Okay, and then let's go back and test. Can it be properties of user ID? I'm passing in the user ID too. Okay. Okay, update post service. Yeah, but I'm passing in updated posts dot user ID. Okay. Okay, we are supposed to take in the post ID rather. Yeah, you're supposed to take in the post ID rather. So let's just undo these ones. Okay, let's just undo these ones. Suppose you take in the post ID rather. So here, over here, we can go into postman and then go to the database, go for this ID and then put it here. Okay, then we can try. Let me manipulate this. Okay, you can only update your posts like we expected here. Okay, so over here, what we can do is can go back and then give it the original one, then hopefully we should receive the right response. What is it? Okay, let's clear this. I think the error is coming from here because I was just trying to test it out and see if it works. So obviously it doesn't. So let's just set it and go on, do what we are usually familiar with. Okay, so I removed it and then it worked. I just thought it might work if we did that, but okay, it worked. So if we go into the database right now and then we refresh, we should see this is the test description update. Okay, so the update of the post works. We can move on to delete. So when we go into the post routes to comment to delete, we can copy and paste, right? But we'll start getting errors, so let's just go into the post service and work on that first. So over here, if we come, I can just copy that, right? I can just copy that simply, come down, paste, right? Now if I paste, what we are going to do now is we already have this. I can just change the name to delete post, right? So delete post, then inside we are going to call this. So I'm going to say deleted post, right? So deleted post, await post model, then inside here we have a params.id, then if this deleted post, right, if this deleted post.user id, right, is equal to the user ID that we are passing through the body, then we should do this. But if it's not, you can only delete your post, or you can delete only your post, right? Now over here we don't want to use update one over here. What we want to do here is we want to go into this collection and then we want to delete want to delete one. Okay, now what are we trying to delete? Okay, we are deleting that particular post out, right? So over here we can return that post that we deleted if we wanted to. So I'm just going to, so yeah, so now I've set this up. Now that we've been able to set this up like we want to, I can basically open up the controller here. Okay, let's check and make sure everything is correct. You don't need a body, so yeah, I think we do need a body because of this. Yeah, so let's go into the post controller and then let's export this post delete deletion field. Then post has been deleted successfully. Then I'll say delete. Okay, then I'll say okay. Okay, so we changed the name to delete post controller. We set the variable to deleted post, then we changed the thing here. Okay, so yeah, obviously we get the deleted post back. If there's an error, we get the error and then let's go into the routes here, the post routes here, and then I can now copy safely, paste, and then I can write the comments here. So I can say delete post. So over here we can just set this to delete. Then here we can say delete post. Then we can take in the ID here, and then over here we can just say delete post controller. Okay, now that we have this, what are we going to do? We can go into postman, and then we can duplicate this one more time. We can duplicate this one more time, and then delete post. Okay, we can delete post here. Then we can save, and then change this to delete instead. Save as well. Then inside the request.body, we already have this user ID being passed through, and then the post ID at the top there, right? So what we can do is just delete, and then you should see it gone. It said what? Delete post. Is that no? That's it has to be delete. Yeah, it has to be delete. Okay. Then I'll save, and then I'll send. What went wrong? What went wrong? What went wrong? What went wrong? You can only delete your post. Okay. Let's go in and then take. Let's go in and take the. Let's go in and take the post ID. Okay, let's take the post ID. Then go back into postman, and then paste the ID there. Now take the user ID as well. Then I'll paste it here. If you go and check here, it said you can delete your post only if the deleted post that we passed through the ID, that post's user ID is equal to the user ID that okay, sure. So we're just going to have to correct this so that it becomes deleted post, so it takes it from here rather instead of here. Okay, so I'm saving, and then I've been saved successfully. Okay, but why is it still yellow though? It must change. Hopefully it will change. So let's just go and test. Okay, so I'll test. Okay, so this is the post that we were able to deleted successfully. If I check, yes, it has been deleted. And if I go back to try to create a post here, should be here.
Alright, we are moving on to the like and dislike. Okay, so over here we can just come and then write so like and dislike. Can just work on this functionality real quick. We can't set up the routes right now because as usual we need to set up the service and then the controller, then we come to the routes. So let's just come here into the post service here and let's just work on that. So I could come here and I'll just copy. Sorry about that. I'll just copy this. Just copy this. And then I would say, what would I say? I would say that what am I gonna say? I'm gonna say like and dislike. Okay, so now that we have like and dislike here, we already have the params and we have the body here. Then we are throwing arrows. We are throwing this arrow, of course, and then over here is where we're going to make the changes. Okay, so what changes are we trying to make? First of all, we want to be able to get the posts. Okay, then we can even rename this to target post so that so this is the target post that we want to like or dislike, right? Or let's just keep it as post. Alright, so post, then we await, right? Then what are we awaiting? We are trying to await this post model that we imported, right? And we are going to find the post by ID. Where are we getting the ID from? We are going to get it from the params. So we can say params dot what ID. Okay, so the params dot ID that we have, then we now come down and then we want to do some checks, right? Now we say that we want to do some if else here. Okay, so what if else are we doing here? What if else are we doing here? My cursor here. Okay, now we want to say that we are checking inside the posts dot likes. Okay, the likes array of a post, right? If you come into this post section here, this post model, you can see that we have a likes array here which has a default of nothing, right? So inside here we want to check inside the likes array of the post, right? And then we want to see if it includes what. We want to see if it includes what. We want to see if it includes the body, the user ID that we are passing through the body, right? So we say body dot user ID. Okay, now that so over here we want to make sure that it doesn't include it, right? So we will check inside the post, the likes array inside the post, for whether we would find the user ID inside. If it doesn't have the user ID inside, then let us do some pushes, right? So we can say await this post dot update one. Then inside the update one, how do we update it? We can pass in a few methods. So I can take push, right? Now inside the push here, what do? I can take this likes right here, and then what can I do next? I can take what the body that we are passing through. Okay, the body dot what user ID. Okay, so inside we want to push through inside the likes array the user ID that we are passing through the body. Okay, now once we are able to do that, we can do that, and then once the user ID that we are passing is already inside the likes array that we are doing here, we can rather dislike instead. So or else we can await, right? We can await the post, right? This post
by setting the update to 1, right? So setting the update to 1. So so this update 1 is going to do it. We're going to pull. So we'll pull out, or what are we trying to pull? Okay, what are we trying to pull? We are trying to pull the user ID that is inside that like array, so that we can dislike, right? So over here we have the body dot user ID inside here. Then outside, once you're able to do all of these things, right, what we can do is you can return the value, or we can return the post, right? So we can return this post that we have over here. Okay, now how do we test this? Let's make sure we correct this name, or like and dislike. Okay, so we can go into the post controller here, and then we can let us just copy this. Okay, we've copied that. I can say like and dislike posts, like and dislike controller instead. Yeah, like and dislike controller makes more sense. Then we can clear. Okay, we can say post, right? Then we can say like and dislike service here. Then we are passing in what the request of params, the request of body, of which if you check view would pass through here. So request of params dot id. Then over here you get request of body dot user id. Then request of body dot user id. So you get the whole trend, right? Then inside the post controller, now that we've been able to set this up, we can now pass in the new post here that we are returning. Okay, then we can see that the post has been liked successfully, or has been liked in general, but we want to be able to the post has been liked, or post action has been completed. So we can say post action has been completed. Okay, sure. So now this is the kind of message that we can receive in general. Alright, okay. But another way we can also handle this, but let's not go down that deep. Let's keep it simple. Then in the future we can come up with much more complex stuff. So over here we can just say, so instead of saying post deletion field, we can rather say post action, or post like, or dislike action failed. Okay, so post like or dislike action has been completed. So I can go into the post route here, and then we can copy this, paste, and then we make this a put request. Actually make this a put request. Then over here we can say what, like post with this ID. Okay, then over here we can say what, like and dislike controller. Okay, so now that we have this, we can test it. So how do we test it? I'm going to open Postman right now, and then I'm going to create a new request. Here. So over here I'm going to say like and dislike post, like and dislike post. Then I'll make it a put request as we indicated. Then here we have like post. Okay, then at the end we're going to have to pass in the ID. Let me see if I'll see the post that we've been able to create here over here, because I now have to open mongodb for it. Okay, we want to do that with different IDs, so let me just open mongodb really quick. I guess we have so many instances of it being opened. Let's just connect. Okay, so it's here. So I'll go into YT social app here. We have posts here. Okay, so we just have one post being created by this user, and then this user is the one that owns the post. Now b4, let's check the user that has the b4. Okay, that is Amma. So let us create a new post with Kofi. Okay, so I'll say this is a post from Kofi. So this is Kofi's user ID, and then we are going to create a post that has this, a test description from Kofi. Okay, I'll say test Kofi, test Kofi.png, and then we would create a new post for Kofi. So now that we've been able to create a post for Kofi, we have Amma and Kofi's post here. So what you can do is, I want Amma to like Kofi's post, right? So over here, I can take the user ID that we have here. So obviously this is Amma's user ID, right? So how do we do this? I can simply go into the like and dislike post here, go into the body, and then inside the raw we can choose JSON, and then here I can say user ID. And then we have inside the user ID we pass in this, I'm just going to save it, and then I'll take the post that we are trying to like, the ID of that post, and then I'll put it here. Okay, then we like it. Okay, we already have a base URL, so without wasting my time, let's just like it. Okay, so you can see when we go into MongoDB right now, we should see the changes being made. So if I go into the likes array, you should see that we have this user ID inside here. Okay, I'm glad that we've been able to set this up. We can also perform the dislike. So when I go back into my postman and I like again, you should see that when I come and refresh, it shouldn't be there. So you can see that it's empty. But I wanted to like, so let's just like real quick. Okay, it's cool. Let me check one more time. Okay, so it's in here. So now that we've been able to do that, I want us to be able to get a single post real quick, right? So we can go back into the post service, and let's just export. Let's just copy this, and then create. Let's just get post. Okay, so get post. Then get post is going to just take in the params, right? And then over here, no need to perform any complicated stuff. We have our post. We are waiting the post with the params.id. Then we are just returning the post real quick, right? Now that we've been able to set this up, we can now go into the post controller here, and then we can, oh no, I'm trying to just select this. I guess the touchpad makes it a little bit difficult. Just do this. Oh, what is going on? Okay, so I'll just copy this, then I'll come here and I'll say get post controller. Okay, get post controller. This is my get posts, and I'll remove this. Then I would bring out this post. Then I would say posts has been fetched successfully. Then posts, I'd say posts fetch post fetch failed. Okay, now that we have this all set up, I'll go into the routes, the post routes here, and then I would copy and paste this. I'll just get a post here, so get posts. Okay, so over here I can just make that a get, so I can just say get posts, the ID, and I'll say what, get post controller, get post controller. We save that, and then inside our posts here we can just create a new request over here. Then we can get a post here. Okay, let me just change this to get post. Then we go into the mongodb, and then we're going to pick up like one post. Let's take the one we created just now. Then we just throw it in here, then we can get it. Okay, so this is the post that we're able to get, and it works exactly how we expect it to be. And we want to now work on the last part, and then that is getting the timeline post. Or you see, when you get on Facebook basically, and then you can go onto someone's profile and then see the post on that person's timeline. So that is what we want to work on now, right? We could set up the route, but no, let us go into the post.service and then set up the services for that instead. Okay, so I'll just come here and then copy this, and here I'll say get timeline posts. Okay, so for the get timeline post, how do we do that? This place is basically going to take a body parameter instead, right? Now here's how we're going to do stuff. I'm going to clear this real quick. Then here we're going to first of all get the current user. Okay, so let's create our constant here. So const current user await user gets find by ID. No, not user activation. So user model, right? I think we've already imported. Okay, we've not imported that yet, so we can just do this and bring it out. I prefer to have it written in a capital letter. Then over here I'll come and change it for over here, and then here I'll say what, find by what, ID, right? Now how are we going to find it? We're going to find it through the body, right? So we're going to be passing it through the body. So I'll say body dot what, user ID basically. Now that we have this, we want to come and say const user posts, right? Now say user posts, then over here we can await the post. Okay, post model dot what, find. Okay, now how are we finding this? We're going to find it by querying the user ID out. Okay, now the user ID that we are querying now, where are we going to get it from? We are going to get it from this current user that we are getting from the body dot ID, right? Okay, now that we've been able to get this running, what do we do next? Now we want to be able to keep our friends post, right? So you can say friends posts or timeline posts in general, right? So you can say timeline posts instead. So timeline posts is equal to what we're going to await then promise. We use promise or because of the mappings that we're going to do inside, right? So here promise or we promise or then what else do we do? Right after promise, right inside the promise or method, we can set up the current user here dot what following. So followings the map. Okay, following the map. Then over here, what can we do? We can now pick out the friend ID, right? So the timeline push we're going to map through this current user that we have here, his followings array, and then we're going to map through and take the friend ID. Okay, so we are going to do this. Then over here we can just return the post, right? The post that we get, right? So post model, then we are going to find okay, so the user ID, then the friend ID that we get here. Okay, so basically what is going on in here is, so here let us finally return what the timeline posts in general. Okay, so now that we have this working as we expect, okay, what are we going to do? Okay, so basically we are returning this, right? We are returning this. So okay, fine, we're going to have to do some extra responses or extra things to our response when we're bringing them out. So I'm just going to end it right here, and then we'll go into the controllers and then try to handle the things from that side also. Okay, so now that we know this, it's already exported. I'm going to go into the post controller here, and then I'm going to const export this. So now that we have this, I'm going to say what get timeline posts controller. Okay, now that we have this, I can see timeline posts. Get timeline posts. So I'm going to say request our body. Then what do we do now? Over here we can bring out the timeline posts. Okay, but we don't just we can't just bring them out like that, right? Let me do this real quick. So you're sending a response, right? You're sending a response, the status of what 200, and then we are saying that inside this response, the status the 200, right? We are sending a JSON. Okay, then inside this JSON, what are we passing? We are passing in the timeline posts. Okay, alright, we are sending the timeline posts, but you can see that if we do it like this, right, fine, we are supposed to get the timeline post, but they are not just gonna come out like that, right? So we need to pass in like certain methods to help us receive the data in the right format, right? So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go back into the services here. Into the services, I'm gonna go back. So I'm gonna come. No, post service, not user service. So over here, we can take this timeline post here, right? And then just come here and say user post that we have dot what. We can concat them, right? We can concatenate them. Then inside we can pass in an object of what, the timeline posts that we are getting. Do you get me? The one that we map to, we can get it like this. Now that we've been able to work with these ones, when we go back into the controller, the post controller here, you'd realize that we'll get the data in the right format that we deserve to find them, right? So over here, we can put it inside an array, say timeline posts, okay? Then I can say message, then what? Timeline posts fetched successfully. Okay, successfully. Okay, alright. Now that we have this, we can now go and test. Okay, so how do we test this? I'm gonna go into my postman. Okay, it's not opened. I don't know why. Let's close it. Okay, let's open it again. Okay, it is here now. I'm going to have to switch accounts. Okay, so it is opening up. I'm closing this. Okay, so inside the post here, we can create. Okay, we forgot to do something. Inside the post route here, we needed to set up the one for getting the timeline post here. So get timeline posts. Okay, then you can say timeline posts. Okay, then we can now officially test it. Okay, so over here you can add a new request. Let's add a new request. So this request name is going to be get time line posts. get timeline posts. Then over here we can pass in the user ID of the user that is you can pass in the user ID of the user that is being followed. Okay, so we can create a post basically. If I go into the database right now, I'm gonna go into mine. If I go into mine, we have the YT social app here. Looking inside the posts here, we have just likes and no one is actually following anyone here. So we can create post and say this post is from Kofi 1, and I'll say this post is from Kofi 2. Okay, then we can set it up for Amma as well. So I can take where's Amma, so I can come for Amma's user ID here. Amma's user ID Amma. Let me see, do we have we have Amma and we have Amma 1, Amma 2. Okay, now that we have the post for Amma and all these ones, we can work on the follow and the follow. So follow here, we can take the user ID that we have in here for Amma, and then we can follow Kofi, right? So let's make Amma follow Kofi real quick. Okay, so Amma is following Kofi now. Let's check. Okay, so for the following tier we have what? Amma has one follower, which is what? Kofi is following Amma already. Okay, so we already have Kofi following Amma already here. So Kofi being the follower and Amma having a follower of. Okay, sure. So now what we are going to do is we can take Kofi's user ID here, and then we can come here and then pass in the user ID of Kofi. Right, and then we can send, and then we should be able to get the timeline posts of Amma and Kofi all together. Okay, so if I clear this section and reverse the row, I believe it should work regardless. So I have this followings. Okay, let's clear this. Okay, so now we've been able to clear up the followers and following array for each of them. First one, Kofi was following Amma. Now Amma has to follow Kofi. So what happens is I'll go to follow user. Here, and then I'll make whose user ID. So Amma is now following Kofi, right? Pick this, drop it here, and then we already have Kofi's user ID here. And drop it inside the params. Okay, so it looks like they're already there. Then I would what? I'll just follow. Okay, then we can refresh. Okay, so now see, so now since we have the followings and the followers. No, this isn't right we need to fix this. We need to make sure that whenever we do our pushes, we are pushing this one into the followers array here, not inside the followings. Right, it's rather the other way around. So inside the user service here, if we can go back and check the follow. Okay, so we are saying that if the user ID they cannot follow yourself. Okay, well, let's try this. Now we are waiting the user model by taking the user data from the body and the current user. Okay, we are finding by the update data.id. Okay, now we are saying if this user that we are passing through the user ID, if inside its followers array includes the user data, which is what we are passing through the body. Okay, so if we are saying that if it includes it, or if it doesn't include it, right? If it doesn't include it, then it should send a message that says what you have already followed this user, right? Which is wrong. So if it doesn't include it, it should do this instead. Then if it does, it should send this message, right? Okay, so that is okay. And then let's look at this one. It says user.update1. Then we push what inside the followers. We want to push in the user data that's user ID instead. Okay, user ID instead. And then over here we want to rather put the update data dot id rather. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, we can check the same thing for here. So inside here we can pull the followers that is inside the user data here. Okay, and then over here let's say user ID, and then over here it's going to be the update data dot id. Okay, now that we've been able to fix that, let us go into the database and then clear this catastrophe. Okay, now that we have this cleared, we can test again. Okay, so I'm going to follow. Okay, so we can go and check. No, this is wrong. No, this is wrong. Let us check it well. I'm not trying. Okay. Inside this, so it has to be here instead. So the current user dot update one, and then this user. Okay, then let us go back and clear. Okay, then let's push. Okay, let's go back and check. Alright, so inside the followings here we have what and then yes, so now Amma is following Kofi as expected, right? Now we need to change the position here to as well so that we do not miss anything. So I would say current user, and then here we let's see what user. Okay, now that we have this all set up, we can now try to get the timeline pushed as we wanted. Now that is PC has frozen. Okay, okay, so the PC has frozen. Okay, it's back. So now that we have Amma following Kofi, what can we do? We can now pick out Amma's ID, which is here, and then search. Okay, so as you can see here, we have all the ones coming from Amma and Kofi. Okay, but when we do it the other way around, let's see what we get. Okay, we also do get them because they are friends as usual, right? So now that we've been able to do that and work on this functionality, we can now bring the backend for the social media application that we were working on to a close, and then we can now move on into the fresher things, which is the front end. So if you enjoyed this video and if you understood what was going on, and also if you were able to get your stuff working exactly how you expected them to be, I'm really happy that was able to go on. Please don't forget to share this video, like, and also subscribe so that the algorithm pushes it further so that other people can benefit from the video. Thank you very much for staying close to me to this point, and hopefully I'll see you on the front end. Bye.